Thank you for taking some time. We are back in session now. Just for the record, this is a 24th Navajo Nation Council special session. Today's date, for the record, is July 30th. The time now is 7:37 p.m. Before we go back into session on legislation 0144-20, let me go to Ms. Uvella to do a roll call.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Ember Kanaspot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Dana Spot-Crotty is present, calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaspot Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Present.
Honorable Mark Phelan answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Haniel.
Is present.
Honorable Jamie Haniel answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Ness answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winnica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yella here. Honorable Jimmy Yella here. Honorable Jimmy Yella here did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yella here.
Yella is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yella here answered roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 21 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 21 present. At 7:37. And colleagues, thank you very much. Let me go to Miss Barbara. Actually, we haven't sent over, so we sent out the updated amendment. Honorable Brown, you good with that?
Yes, this is Delegate Brown.
Let me get
Speaker,
a,
this is Delegate Charles New, and I kept saying, I'm here, I'm present. I thought they heard me.
I didn't hear you.
for the record, Madam Chair, Charles Newman is present. Calling in from downtown Shiprock. Here we go. Reading the record, the amendment portion, the paragraph.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment, modification to amendment number 3, number 5, underscore the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the housing expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Cares Fund in the amount of $24 million and allocates the funding to the Housing Improvement Program and LGA certified chapters or non-certified chapters if they so choose upon execution of a memorandum of agreement or subrecipient agreement with the Housing Improvement Program as set forth in Exhibit 14. There was also a revised Exhibit 14 submitted, Mr. Speaker.
That, Brown, you good with that, right? For the record. Honorable Brown? Honorable Brown?
Yes, I do agree with it.
Second motion, Chairman Daniel So, you good?
With clarification that it includes labor. Yes, I'm good.
Hey, thank you. With that, moving on down.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Delegate James, question of privilege.
Does that include the labor? You guys broke out when Chief Daniel So requests that response, and then does that include the deadline for a turnaround time? Thank you.
Ms. Barbara, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Eugene. But I don't know what the question was.
I'm not hearing you. Where's the? Let's see if I can pop up here. Ask for speaker.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Hey, the whole time I was talking to myself. Honorable James, Ms. Barbara, if I can hear you. Honorable James, could you restate the question for Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, another speaker, and then to legal counsel in regards to the question, the labor cost for certified, non-certified, is that included? That's one. Number two, does it also include the 10 days, business days turnaround for BCD and OOC or any of the Navajo Nation departments within the nation? Thank you.
Off of you. Barbara, can you hear me? Barbara?
I think they're calling you.
Yeah, they're calling. No, they're calling on me.
Barbara, can you hear me? Miss Barbara, I can hear you.
They're calling me. I don't know what they're calling me on.
Oh, she's lying. Can you say like deadline?
I'll be a minute over. Get me over there.
She's with Eugene and the whole IG crew. Oh, she can hear me now. Finally. Okay. Okay, Miss Barbara, can you hear me now?
Okay. All right, I'm back.
Great.
I apologize. I could not get a phone to work. Even though you were hearing me, I wasn't hearing you.
Were you able to hear Mitch James' question?
No, I was not.
All right. For third and third time's a charm. Honorable James.
Thank you, Senate Speaker, and then colleagues in Hazen County. Dana, Farrell, does this include, number one, does it include labor costs for certified and non-certified chapters? Number two is, does this include the turnaround time for DCD, OOC, or any of the Navajo Nation departments regarding the 10 business days? Thank you.
That, Miss Barbara.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Where Eugene's here, we're working on it. I apologize.
I sent you a text.
Well, Miss Barbara, this is Speaker Damon. Honorable James text you the question.
Yes, Delegate James should look in the expenditure plan. That information is included there. I can't quite get to my computer at the moment, but the parts about labor is in the second paragraph under purpose on the first page. The part about the 10 days for both LGA certified and non-certified chapters is under these on the second page under section 6.
Okay, thank you. That, we'll go back to Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, if they can hear me and I can almost hear them.
Vice Chair Walker, are you there? Vice Chair Walker. Yeah, I can come back to you, Vice Chair.
Yes.
Vice Chair.
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Walker, I reviewed the tapes and when you asked your question, it wasn't during at a time when we recognized you, so you still have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. So you're going to give me 5 minutes now?
Yes.
Right now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the council. Although the different presenters that we have on the call this evening, although of course, the sponsor of the legislation, Shumayash Delegate Crotty, the holder of the amendments. I had questions and comments that I wanted to make to the amendments, and then Delegate Brown, he made some comments towards the end earlier, saying that he wanted to hold on to the amendment and keep it as is. So I have to respect that. And then I heard my older brother, Daniel So, say he was reluctantly holding that second. So I have to respect my colleagues. If they feel that way, then we should listen. So I feel like voting, Mr. Speaker and council members. We could go on all night, but really, I think we need to move also on these amendments and then the legislation. So I feel that we're ready to vote. I am. So my older brother Jimmy Yellowhair has been asking for time. I want to give my remaining time to Mr. Yellowhair, Delegate Yellowhair. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on down. Are we all here? 3 minutes, 14 seconds. Are we all here?
Speaker, thank you. I don't know, Mr. Tom, Arnold Thomas Walker, that share by James. City Craig, one Neniki Donny, Edonin, Yat, Abadop Kent, the Shafi, one is a you funny, but a Jopani, Pinions, oh, you want a kid or the not on the habitat of fire, wind, no, that's not in the sun as well. Evening, crack by Henson, but when the Ashon, that one he the dash killing son, he not on. Could you eat in a minimal water line project? It's really expensive. Though there's some lot of chaos with IHS. We need to probably talk to the main boss with IHS to get this take care with the minimal water line project. This is not in IHS. 8 about it like could you that's on Nathan song. My people from Forsley asked for 1.5 million. Forsley or Robbie East Waterline Project. Asia didn't ego shot none dish killing song. Asia in key, but it's no a coated. Shaban took kiss or left, but there's no memory. Other 8 able not in the yard 8 or left. Other if Mr. David McDonald around and Jason Jones around, I asked for the assistant. It could the next amendment that's I told this year and so on decision on. The shown here the never caught jail Jim was such a young minimum others I will ask a Martin Sally to ask for that 1.2 trillion also that to be this with Tom Hellering. Thank you very much for your help, Kudo. Janana see about Henson. A dial kid or the Kuzats about this. The time today, you see. Urgent speaker, or quite or keep it. I don't know or Shanat Ani. Once of a hospital, thank you very much. I support this even though I'm not keen that you have one need Anita man. I hope she's correct. Thank you very much. Yeah, God bless you all, Shanat. And do it much point though. Thank you for legislative staff and our council too. Very much appreciated by Ken. So, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my brother. Thomas Walker, Honorable. You're a great man. I love you very much. Upget and go back to you on mute now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, colleagues, let me go back to everybody else in queue. Reserve time. Hey, thank you, colleagues. With that, I have nobody to queue. I had 18 delegates speaking on this legislation or this amendment, and nobody with reserved time. So, went once, went twice, went 3 times. On Amendment 3.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugene Charles Newton.
That's your vote.
Honorable
Charles
Eugene Charles Newton.
Newton votes green, but will hold DCD accountable.
Got my vote again.
Honorable Eugene Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green. Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Reluctant green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Hello, doctors. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Epinyazi refused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Delegate votes
Honorable
green.
Key Allen
Key Allen
Begay
votes green.
Jr. Votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 3. With that, moving on down, back to the main motion. Vice Chair Smith, you are up.
Good afternoon, Speaker, 24th Council. Shenandoah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, we can hear you.
Appreciate it, Shenandoah. I have an amendment I'd like to put in legislation 0144-20. It was sent earlier to Mr. Patero back a couple of days ago, hoping that it can be resent out to the delegates. My amendment is page 4, line 16. Increase the amount set forth by $810,160. Increase the cumulatively amount set forth in Exhibit 4, page 1, Section I, by $810,160. Add Salt Spring South, Phase 3, attached to Exhibit 4. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel should adjust any cumulative amounts in this legislation to account for the amendment here. The amount that's being requested is for power line extension, and power line is there to help our people within the community. So I would appreciate that, Shenandoah, to help community with $810,000 and $160. Thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Hello?
Hold on, colleagues, I'm checking the counting before I recognize the motion. colleagues, there was a question of where this funding was going to come from, if we're going to go into the red. Remember, colleagues, that we are $2 million above. So this will be minus from that $2 million. This is an FYI. So with that, we're still good. We're not in the red. 810,000.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I think it's really important that we all understand how many people are planning to propose amendments, and then also what those amendments are, so that we can kind of weigh these projects and these requests for money. And I think that the only way to do that is if we send out maybe an email, and each of us just kind of maybe let our colleagues know, because at this point, I don't know how many amendments are being proposed. And we have to think about, the, how much money is available. And then the other thing that we also have to think about is if we're going to take away money from other projects, that should be, we should start working on that now. So I'd like to ask you at this time, Speaker, if we could get an update on how many amendments are going to be proposed with this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. That question of privilege, to see how many amendments are in the lineup. And because it's a question of privilege, I have to answer that question for accepting a second on the motion. So Ms. Barbara, what kind of amendments are you still looking at that you have currently? You could give a rundown.
$96,780.
Ms. Barbara, can you start from the beginning again? You just now started.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I will send out an email with these after I've read them off, but I have for Navajo Thaw, I have $32,096,780. I just got a request for the division of, no, maybe let's skip that one for now. I'm not clear on it. The judicial branch for $10,355,050. Let's see. I believe I have one for Sacred Winds for $4,977,160. I have one for the Emergency Management Command Center for $27,950,000. I have one for, let's see, what else do I got? Oh, excuse me. I have the Division of Department of Health for $100 million. And I have a copper mine chapter housing for right about $4 million, although it may be in the Navajo Thaw plan. So I think that's all of them right now, and I apologize I hadn't totaled them yet. And then I got just got an amendment for economic development projects, but I'm just not sure yet exactly on the total. It's moving some things around, so I have to take another look at that. Thank you, Speaker. I'll go on mute and I'll send out that email.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Ms. Barba. Yes, question of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that we have $2 million right now, as of right now, with all of the amendments that have been done. Yet, I'm looking at the amounts that Dana just now shared with us, and then all of the various projects. So, my Speaker, my question or my request is, can you provide us some guidance on how we can hear each one of the amendment proposals and really consider these projects? Because right now, if we only have $2 million left, then once that $2 million is done, we technically should stop with the amendment. And so I just wonder how we are, I guess, as a council, how we can all be on the same page with the amount and the amendments that are coming through, but also be in compliance with what we have within our budget. Thank you.
Where are you taking the $50?
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, as what we have right now is $2 million that are unallocated. The last three amendments that have gone through that were with the payroll, for grooming, and then for housing. All three of those amendments would have taken us well over the $652 million that were allocated. But what those three amendments did was that they actually took money from other areas that were already approved through amendments. So it's taking from other areas that were you could still utilize, and taking some from these certain projects that have been approved by the Navajo Nation Hobby Committee, HESI Committee, Resource and Development Committee, and then even at council, there's three amendments here. So just to let you know, Madam Chair, and to all colleagues of the Navajo Nation Council, is that there's $2 million right now. That's $2 million that's unallocated right now. And, but there's other areas of funding that I do believe colleagues are going to be looking at taking dollars away or reducing specific amounts in those line items. Madam Chair. With that, I do have a question before I accept a motion. Honorable.
Question of privilege. Delegate Yellow Hair.
Question of privilege, Honorable Keelan McGay first, and then I'll question of privilege, Honorable Yellow Hair. Question of privilege, Honorable Keelan McGay.
Chairman, Speaker, this is Delegate Keelan. I know the council is beginning to have individual chapter projects as amendment. Could we ask into a for power line projects, IS for the water line projects, and any other that the council is going to start asking for individual funds. So the QC, is that possible? That way, could NTUA be on standby if these individual delegates begin to ask for funding again, that if this particular project will be ready and able to be construction ready by December or complete. So that's my point of privilege, speaker from NTUA ISS for water line and power line projects. Chair.
To answer your question, Honorable KLBA, that's what we have from them already in this legislation. Everything that can be done this year is what we got from them. If you look at the exhibit for power lines for the first year, all they're saying right now for the first year to hook up the homes, right now all they can do is 14.8 million. For NTUA capacity loads, upgrading the capacity at some of the transmission stations throughout the nation is 24.7 million. That's all that they can do, Che. We've asked that of them, and they have given us this. For water projects, for this year alone, is about $140 million. I would say $136 million is what they're saying they can do, and about more than 40 million of that is getting material. That will probably be for after the 30th, I think, the deadline. So we have already got that, Honorable KLBA, and that's why when I go back to Honorable Raymond Smith's amendment, I'm going to ask him that question, because I don't see anywhere in his documents where it says this can be completed by December 30th. I can ask Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Jason John to be on standby. You get them on the line, and you can ask them those specific questions, Che. But that's why we've gone through this process specifically over and over and over again, asking these experts in their field, what can you or can you not do by December 30th? But we'll get them on the line again. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, question of privilege.
Oh, yeah, to speak to my colleague, 24th Council line. I think I have the same situation with my brother, McGee, but I submit two legislations to drop off with the Ms. Khan and also Tina brought off, and nothing really happened for me. I still have my paper about this since the first part of June, and off the corner right now that there's no way that I can ask for a mini-mill water line project. That is a big project. I won't let that go, but I'm asking for 1.5 million for Forest Lake or Robbie East water line project. That is in the Forest Lake area. At least that money that I can use for my people. But Ms. Khan has just a legislation with her. I've been waiting with my patience. I don't know what's going on. This is my question, Speaker. At least I can get this money for the people up there. Any question related to this legislation, maybe Mr. Jason Chan can assist me, or Mr. David McDonald. Thank you, Speaker.
So your question is, you want them to help you out with an amendment for Forest Lake?
Yes.
Well, Linda's going to contact you again on Yellow Hair.
Thank you very much.
Set up that call with Jason John and Jason John.
Yeah, I'll go back on mute now. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going back to the sponsor before I get a second. Vice Chair Smith, is there a letter or something to state that $810,000 are going to be expended by the December 30th. It doesn't say anything in here, and usually it's broken down by first year or second year. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we could call NTUA, get a direct answer from them, see if they can give that answer. Thank you. Reserve the rest of my time.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Yeah, we're contacting NTUA. Question of privilege, Honorable Otto So.
So I was thinking that this legislation is pretty much an infrastructure package for pretty much Greater Navajo, and getting to see a lot of chapter projects now, and I guess it's every delegate's prerogative to make an amendment, and is that the direction that this legislation is going? Thank you.
The Honorable, to answer your question, when the legislation for water projects, power lines, and broadband was put together, it was for the broad picture for the entire nation, and asking these experts in their field, what can they do? What can they do by December 30th? After that, it was brought to the table, and I guess some of our colleagues did not see some of their projects in their area on there, which they do believe that could be done. For water lines, right now I have White Horse Lake and Tahajale Albuquerque water systems that was added on. For power line projects, I have Rama Pine Hill campus that was added on. For the healthcare facilities was Canyon Cito Healthcare and Pine Hill Healthcare. And then moving on down, those are the only ones that we can see on Auto So that is not for the entire nation. If you're looking for the entire nation, Navajo Parks and Recs dollars are eligible for the entire nation. Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, even though it's isolated just as gaming, it's for jobs throughout the nation. Housing, you guys, everyone just approved the $24 million amendment for the entire nation. The payrolls for the entire nation. The hardship is for the entire nation. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce, everybody's going to be eligible for that if you're a business owner throughout the nation. Solar projects is for the entire nation. EPA solid waste is for the entire nation. All the broadband is for the entire nation. All the power lines are for the entire nation. All the water projects are for the entire nation. Again, the only ones that were added on here at Nabi were the White Horse Lake, Sand Springs Water Supply Pipeline, Tahajale Albuquerque Water Supply Line, Rama Pine Hill Campus, the two health facilities, Canyon Cito and Pine Hill. Those are so 4 or 5 projects, but still it is a super majority of the funding is for the entire nation. Honorable Otto So. Anybody from NTUA's line isn't working right now, so. And the reason why I bring the item up is because colleagues, we have more amendments putting through on this. And as you know, if you look to the amendment, Honorable, I'm not trying to be too particular. I'm just trying to make sure that this can be, there's eligible funding available for this project and actually for it to be completed. Because it seems like there's a total amount of almost 9 miles of line for this trunk line, Honorable Smith, and the archaeological clearance, environmental assessment, and legal and right-of-way haven't even been started yet, and that's 7.7 miles of line. Usually just that portion right there takes at least longer than this 5 to 6 months that we have right now. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, so. Anybody on from NTUA?
Hello, Speaker Damon. This is R.S. Moalami, General Counsel for NTUA. I just jumped on the call a short while ago. I was off for a little bit, but I understand there's a question for NTUA.
This is yes. Are you able to answer the question?
It just depends on the question. I can either relay the information to Mr. Kuntz or Mr. Schultz, or attempt to answer. I'm not sure exactly what the question was.
This project, it's referenced as Clagato Chapter Sand Springs South Phase 3 Power Line Project. And the total amount is $810,000. We want to know if this whole thing can be expended by December 30th. But my one question in here that has always been raised is that there's 7.7 miles of right-of-way and clearances that haven't been done yet. And I was stating that usually takes longer than 5 to 6 months to get completed. So my question is, that's just $110,000. That's not even to do with any of the construction or contributions to the homes. And some of them, so our question is the $810,000 going to be expended by December 30th?
Yeah, with the information that I'll have to check with Mr. Kuntz and Mr. Schultz, but I mean, if we're at that stage of the project, we wouldn't be able to expend the entire amount of money. I mean, if we have to go to the right of way, and we're not even at that point yet, we wouldn't be at a point where we can expend all the dollars. But I'll have to double check with Mr. Kuntz before for a more definitive answer. I can follow up with him right now.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith.
So, yes, go ahead, Speaker.
What do you want to do?
I'd like to hear the word from Mr. Kuntz. Because we all have a right to put in an amendment. And we've been doing recess and we've been waiting. So I'd like to hear.
Or point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
Speaker Damon, point of order.
Hold on, there's a delegate before you. Question of privilege. Recognize who is the question of privilege, and I'll go to point of order by Chairman Ness.
This is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead. Question of privilege.
Question of privilege or point of privilege. Since we have upcoming amendments, I believe there's 3 more that's coming up, and with Smith there's 4. So what I'm thinking is, Speaker, it sounds like you're tired, and I'm sure my colleagues are tired as well. It's been a long day. What I'm thinking is, what I'm going to ask you is there a way we can, the delegates, my colleagues that are going to do amendments, can we get together and make maybe a compromise, even under this case, public speaker? Because I have Navajo Thaw requesting for $32 million. Out of that, there's others that
that are coming up. So so maybe that if we can do that, we can meet in the morning sometimes, maybe at 8 a.m. Speaker.
Question of privilege after Honorable Rick Ness.
To answer your question of privilege, I'm good. I don't have a problem continuing this. And the reason why is because one amendment, we just did one amendment today on this legislation and that took 5 hours. If we continue to go down that path where it's anywhere between 4 to 5 hours for each amendment, we're not going to get done tomorrow. If we know in advance that these projects can get completed within the year, then we're good to go. There's no question. The second thing is amendments have to be in order. And the question now is for these amendments, colleagues, is if we're going to continue on down the path. I hear you, Honorable Daniels, $30 million. Where are we going to take the $30 million from tomorrow? That's the question. That's something that I don't know if your amendment states where it's going to take the $30 million, but that's something where you're going to have to debate. And if that debate happens, it's going to be a lengthy debate in trying to decide where you're going to take those dollars from. But if you want to meet, we can meet in the morning at 8 o'clock and continue the dialogue. We can go. Unfortunately, there's a couple of meetings that are taking place prior. I know Budget and Finance Committee's meeting. There's an event signing ceremony at 9. There's also 2 different meetings elsewhere. I think RDC might have a meeting tomorrow morning too as well. So I just want to be clarified, Honorable Daniels. If we have these amendments correct and going forward, working together with Ms. Barbroff, I just want to make it'll be a lot smoother. I hope that answers your question, but I'm here. We can continue on. I just want to make sure we get this thing completed by no later than tomorrow. Chairman Nez, point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I believe that we're using the question of privilege to discuss this amendment. I believe we need to establish a second. Thank you.
Hey. It's well, I'll answer to that. The reason why I'm not establishing a second on this legislation on this yet is because if we continue discussing it, then come to find out that it's not going to get back to where it's going to be, and then I feel like there's going to be a wasted debate on how we're going to continue moving forward in this amendment. But if it's the wish of the council, I can get a second. I just don't want us to continue down a path where we're not going to get anywhere on this amendment. When Mr. Rex Kuntz gets on the line, I'll recognize that. Thank you, Chairman Nez. Question of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, colleagues, just a question, Speaker. Can we all meet? I know that there was a lot of money spent on the plexiglass there in council chambers, and I also sent out an email asking if we could all meet in person wearing a mask and a face shield. I know that there is an executive order in place that says that no more than 5 people, but since this is dealing with the people's money and it's an emergency situation, I think that maybe an exception can be made. Is it possible for council to meet all together to have this all put out on a big board for us all to see and start, as Honorable Herman Daniels stated, start compromising on some of these projects and to really have a full understanding of the projects that are Navajo Nation wide versus community wide. And then also, most importantly, making sure that we are in compliance with the amount of money that is now not, I guess, that we're talking about at this point. So is that something that can be done, Speaker?
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, I will. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, according to the guidelines, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Shonovan Dale's on the listening in, or somebody from the insurance office, or Mr. Hudson. According to that, there can be 10 people in a room, but that's only for a funeral. It's still at the capacity level that we're looking at right now. I do not believe that we can completely come into the chambers yet, but I will get that question for you within the next 30 minutes. I'm going to answer for you, Madam Chair.
Follow up, please.
I will. Or you want to follow up, or you have a follow-up question?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I do have a follow-up question, Speaker. Could we meet outside?
I will follow up with that question too as well.
Thank you,
Okay.
Speaker.
That. Okay, with that, is there anybody from Mr. Kuntz? Are you on the line? What's his last? Anybody on from, I'm gonna say KTNN, NCUA?
Hello, Speaker Damon?
Speaker,
Yeah,
he's calling in.
I just spoke to Mr. Kuntz. He's calling in.
Oh. Mr. Coots, on the line?
Yes, I just got on.
Thank you. Mr. Coots, we have a question. I don't know if you're familiar with this project. Clagato Chapter, Salt Springs South Phase 3 Power Line Project. Looks like it's a little over 9 miles in some area, 7.7 miles of right-of-way clearance. Environmental assessment needs to be completed still. It's totaling amount of $810,000. I don't know if you've seen this document. It's an Honorable Vice Chair Smith's area, region where he represents as the community, where he represents Clagato community. The question is this $810,000 going to be all expended within the first year?
And it's 9 miles?
Well, the line A main trunk line is 3.41 miles. And then the member extensions from there is 4.92 miles. But on the right of way, it says you're looking at 7.7 miles.
Salt Springs, right? Is that what you said?
Oh, south side. Salt Springs South, phase 3.
And the total cost?
$810,159.
This is being added as an amendment, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes. That's Honorable Vice Chair Smith is motioning this as an amendment.
I haven't seen the document, so it's a little hard to comment on it. But let me contact our electric staff and see if they're familiar with the project. Because everything that we put on our power line list was either had right of way or we could get right of way within the time frame in order to build it. So if it is something that we get an estimate on, then it probably is not something that we could get right of way for. I think there was a legislation a couple days ago that was trying to get some additional funds to clear some more projects, but I understand that legislation was turned down. So what we have in the mill right now is what we can do, and the right-of-way pursuits that were in process right now are what we have availability to get done. That would feed all those projects that are on that power line proposal. So that $14 million power line proposal either has right of way or it can get right of way within the time frame. And the effort to ask for the other dollars was to try to add more rights of ways into the process to see if we could get more of them done before the project's ready. But I understand that legislation didn't pass.
Okay.
So if this project does not have right of way, and if we start right now, it'd be very difficult to try to get it ready before the end of the year. If you could, you would have to put it on the tail end of the schedule.
Okay. That Honorable Smith, Vice Chair Smith.
Nakashinada, Speaker though, the NTUA. So, sounds bleak again. Sounds like Wide Ruins water project again. Ashid Obigata. I'm sure there's other projects out there that are going to be considered. I hope they go through. And I know that this is what I've been trying to do an amendment, and nobody yet here. And now it's that Luthausige to do the amendment to put in for power line extension. I know they've been working out there. It was already based on working with NTUA, getting an estimate, working with the chapter, getting a chapter resolution, and chapter had put in some funds for it to get a right-of-way going. Just on the IDOT, and yeah, that's what stayed, yeah. That's what we got back from NTUA. That's why I put it in as an amendment. And now I hear that they'll be got there. So And just hope that all these projects that are in there, water and electricity for our folks and homes, will be available for our folks out there. Bushy, I'll try for citizen. Katocha, Ashkoda. I know Jimmy Yellow here is in the same predicament. Yeah, that okay. See, would know. And I feel for him. Yes, it's within the projects of Navajo Nation. Dated December 30th. So be got the gita. Pakushina, thank you.
Vice Chair Smith.
Freeland.
Vice Chair Smith. My suggestion again would be would just as every other time is that there's 110,197. You might be able to start with that, but you would have to sit down with Rex and see if that could be done. And I don't know if that is a possibility. Vice Chair Smith. So,
Speaker, on that, Klagato has given a check for 110,187. So I don't know if NTUA can get that coordinated and maybe reimburse Klagato through the CARES Act. I don't know if that would be possible. At least there's a start there. And thank you.
Okay. So, Vice Chair Smith, are you still moving forward with your motion?
Well, it sounds like NTUA is not going to be able to do December 30th, so I don't want to waste anybody's time. We'll just go with what's going on with 10144-20, and I'll take my amendment out and try to get with NTUA and see what other fundings we could possibly work with. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good evening, Speaker. It's been a long day for the legislation 0144. I'd like to propose an amendment to the amount a little bit over $32 million. Let me get the numbers here, Speaker. The amount here that we're asking for is $32,096,780.14. Ako ito nagayta Navajo sa and that go in this. Let me break it down. Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office Solar Unit Project. $12,754,980. Adonana Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office Modular Housing Unit Project. Modular Housing Project. $11,394,211.04. Ado Inta Kodona Gaita Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office Western Navajo Food and Water Security Pilot Project. $5,029,700. in the subtotal, kudo nagayta kudo, ego siya $29,178,891.04. Aron that there's an administrative cost, 10%, $2,917,889.10. So ikinal go that ikinal go. Kudo nagayta kudo nishigi $32,096,780.14. Bayotan kiche kudo na aroles amendment that sheet kudo na since not on a Seniko to not kudo. Mr. Speaker, Aronan with me. I have my agent kudo, Mr. Robert Black kudo, area kudo. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
Honorable Herman Daniels, with this legislation amendment for $32 million, you have an expenditure plan. You have and it states in the amendment that you're going to be taking that money away from the hardship. As of right now, Honorable Daniels, there's only $29,433,712 in the hardship. And if you take that and you minus the $32 million, you plus the $2 million that's not allocated, we are going to be in the negative of $663,068. Well, Daniels, I don't know if you're getting any funding from anywhere else, but you have everything in place here. So with that, I'm gonna recognize this amendment. I don't know if you were thinking about taking that 663,000 from another area. I'm just saying that if this amendment passes, you're not going to be balanced out, Honorable Daniels. I don't know if you want to change your amendment before I recognize it, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker.
Or if you want to minus yours by that amount.
Let me go ahead and do that. Minus that from.
Minus that from your amount?
Yes. So it'll be the download, so let it go. So I'm equal to this.
Speaker, question of privilege, Freeland.
Question of privilege, Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Good evening, my colleagues, 24th Nomination Council. Thank you for the amendments, and I did get the email from Dana. I think that email that Dana sent out about 15 minutes ago is very straightforward. I think that's what we need to look at. But my question is, all these amendments, Speaker, my colleagues, these amendments will go across in the legislation, of course. The president has 10 days, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be utilizing his line item veto authority that he still has. The remaining balances that get vetoed, that's where we can come back at and possibly start looking at regional projects. Would that be an option, Speaker? That's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. And yes, Honorable Freeland, this legislation is, once it does go over, the president does have line item veto authority.
So that's where we can come back and reintroduce legislation for regional projects. Am I correct?
You could. Yes.
With the monies that, or with the funding that gets line item veto. I'm bringing this up, Sonata, because remember we heard from the president the other day. He has his own expenditure plan, so we need to keep that in consideration as well. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniels again. Question of privilege, Speaker?
Okay, we got the number, Honorable Daniels. Chair Charles Newman, question of privilege.
Speaker, I just want to ask the question with these, I mean, how does this amendment not cover, or how does it not fall under the things that we've already passed, like the housing project legislation we just passed? So I guess I just need some clarification. Thank you.
Well, this is specifically for the former Bennett Freeze area, so it's probably for more dollars. I mean, more dollars for the area and for Navajo partition lands. So when we go back into it, and I accept the amount, you can ask that question to the sponsor, Madam Chair Charleston.
Question of privilege?
Thank you.
The question of privilege, Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you very much. Well, I do, I guess, Mr. Honorable Daniel, thank you for introducing the amendment. One area that I have concerns. You heard the president's statement on his when he presented. He did talk about the former Bennett Freeze in general. He did say that he supports it. But the thing about it is that what concerns me is that Chief of Staff came back to speak to some of the projects that they vetted. And the Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco, indicated that some of the farming projects in the Loop area may not be funded. They deemed it not feasible or something like that. And then I believe, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chaco said the same thing related to the package that was submitted to the president's office. And,
what's your question?
That's my that's my concern there. The president's team deemed it not to be feasible, and that's where I have my concern. But you know, if you guys are willing to entertain this, have at it, see what happens. But you know, it just brings up that the president's unique team says that project is not feasible. I don't know, but that's just my concern. And if it goes across, passes, it's going to be a line item. That's just my concern. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Otto. So, go ahead, read the amended language, Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, before Mr. Rico reads the language, can I say something?
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you again. I'm doing this for the former Bennett Freeze area residents. And the gives around what the Hajo Bata, Hajo Bains, and basically, one he can't Hajo Bains.
even yes in the economy in the cat and again in my area Shanto in TL just a little bit it'll be here I don't know other chapters over that but the 9 chapters the former beneficiaries area Shanto is not within the former beneficiaries area is the bash in the I don't know in TL chapter A kodo is the bash in the kodo but kodo so kodo you big hunt if looking at the text messages. Yeah, I get you you don't know need a whole but could on great that's the reason why I said let's sit down could on great so they can doubt these in the compromise snanigi at the other sneer. I get a little bit on that these up on that because we have solar within the legislation out on electricity down. So hold on, but I really want former beneficiaries area as nekat in the kite away. So with that said, I'm gonna withdraw my amendment, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, with that, on your amendment. Moving on to moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair.
Hello, Yate.
Oh,
Yate.
On the main motion, Honorable Yellowhair.
Which one is on the main motion? I was just outside, came back in.
No, you're on the main motion.
Oh, okay. I'm asking for a $1,500,000 for a Forest Lake water line project. That's what I'm asking for. Well, I understand that this a particular project right away is already done, and I understand. So it's just ready to start out the project. It's only tradition, not only. As is Carlos Johnson. Yeah, so the Forest Lake area. I'll let us have Chicago with Jason or Mr. McDonald to assist me with my agent, and maybe they know about the history. Thank you very much. I should not on it. Could also not find it. Here's our internet on his now. As in the top part, and also this is almost worse than benefit. What additional on it? That's our body. All have it. What not that's the cause. Evening, the network done. I'll make this speaker any questions. Back to you and go back on mute.
Thank you, Yellowhair. Miss Barbara.
Yes, Speaker. It seems to me that I did that amendment and I sent it over maybe during NABI. So I'm looking through my emails. Mr. Rico, did you get it?
Does it say Forest Lake? Does it say Forest Lake on there?
I'm looking. Not 100% sure.
Is it? Okay. You can send it out. We found it.
Great, thank you.
Send it out right now. Mr. Jason John, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Okay, so this is good. 1.5.
Speaker, I don't know anything about that project. If it is an IHS project, if it was already funded, it would no longer be on the IHS list of projects. You really need IHS to weigh in on this project.
Honorable Yellow Hair, do you have anything from IHS?
No, not at this time, Speaker. But if you approve it tonight, I will collect all the documents starting from tomorrow. But I'm only asking for 1.5 million for this particular Forest Lake or Robbie Waterline project. This one, Eden, the issue should call with a bigger. But I'll collect the documents and turn over by Monday. I'll collect those important documents related to this waterline project. Go back on mute.
There's another problem with your amendment. Accept this amendment. We're going to be 1.5. Oh, no, never mind. We didn't. Where are you? Never mind. No. This would be coming out of $2 million that's unallocated. Honorable Yellow Hair, with the information that you have given me for the amendment and due to the title and of the legislation 0144-20, I can't accept this as an amendment at this time, Honorable Yellow Hair. And the reason why is because it doesn't state anywhere that these funds can be expended by December 30th.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Your concerns are important too, and I'll do my best. If it's not going to be on it tonight, but there's a day for it, and in case somebody fails on these other particular project, by that time I should be ready. I'm looking for this a positive this project for the water line. They will be on it very near future, but tonight I'll be like out of section after that because over hours and such to lift up our hands and compliment on the singing. I think not up and yeah not out good it's all good not just me and to the staff but now Raymond Smith, Honorable Vice Chair and being at committee. Thank you very much. Any questions from my other colleagues? I think it's a yeah, thank you.
Melinda and Ms. Yazzie, which I know both of you have helped Honorable Yellow Hair, and one of you call Mr. McDonald and see if he can get a breakdown for the first year. Maybe it might be this whole thing. Maybe we're just missing that one document. But we need something from IHS that says that this can be completed by December 30th. Can you get on that, please, Ashana?
Yes, this is Melinda, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I'll get in touch with Rosalind.
Okay, thank you. Well, not Rosalind. It's Mr. McDonald. I mean, his crew. They're the ones that would know. Thank you.
David McDonald. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mr. McDonald. So sorry, I don't yell here. We just need to make sure that everything's correct when we pass the legislation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
With that, moving on down. Madam Chair Charles Newton on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, you've all received an email from Dana, and on that email is a request for the judicial branch in the amount of $10,355,050. That is actually changed. As I stated previously, when the judicial came before us, that I didn't see the need to fund some of the requests that they made. Dana is currently working to amend the amount.
Ms. Barbara? Take you some time.
See expenditure plan and such, but I need to go back and revise the dollar amounts. I'm working on another amendment now, almost finished with it, and then I'll start on the judicial one. So it may be a few minutes, I don't know, 15 minutes. However, Delegate Charles Newton does know the amount she wants to reduce it by, and what she wants to reduce. So you could, it's just a suggestion, you could continue to discuss the amendment while I get the written document ready. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Okay. Madam Chair Charles Newton, what is the amount?
Yes, the amount that I did send to Dana is, I'm sorry, I had it up, and I'm sorry, Speaker, I keep getting cut off. I'm not sure what's going on, but my line keeps dropping. Dana, I can't find that email with the amount that was indicated.
Ooh,
for.
okay. Let's see.
Okay, I got it. So the total amount that would be minus from the $10,355,050 is $723,155. That would be deducted again from the $10,355,050. And again, the reason is, although these projects were vetted, we did get an email from the controller just saying that it would have to be justified in the end. And what I worry about is if the justification doesn't go through, whether we would be required to pay back that amount. And I'm not ready to take that chance. I think everything else is pretty decent. So with that, that is the request that is currently being active. I believe the calculations on that falls under at $10 million. Again, this is for the judicial branch, the third branch of government. I believe that they were part of the process with the 3-branch agreement, and it's really important that we include their request in this legislation. So with that, again, Dana is working on the amendment language. So hopefully we have that here soon. Thank you, Speaker.
And you were going to deduct that from where, Madam Chair?
We would be deducting that from the Parks and Recreation expenditure plan, because the funds that are already, I believe that funds are already available through the Navajo Chamber of Commerce for the Navajo businesses that have been affected via the Navajo Nation Tribal Park.
Madam Chair, on your amendments too as well, specifically where your there's budget forms. Can you state where the 723,155 is coming from, so we can?
Yes, Speaker.
So I can line that. So I can just line that out right now. So we just need to make record of it.
Yes, I can do that, Speaker. So first is the 8 vehicles that's found on page 1111. That amount is in for $285,215. Then there's travel expenses that's related to those 8 vehicles, and that's on page 3 of 11, and it's travel expenses, and those are to travel to fleet, and that is in the amount of $18,548. Then there's insurance premiums on page 10 of 11.
Hold on,
And that again is.
Hold on, Madam Chair. Hold on. The travel expenses is under fleet, you said?
No, it says travel expenses. And if you look at the justification, I believe the travel expenses are to travel back and forth to go to fleet to get these 8 vehicles serviced.
And that's
so
for 18,000?
Yeah, and that's $18,548. So if we take away the 8 vehicles, there's no reason to give money for travel expense to fleet. And then there's insurance premiums. That's on page 10 of 11. And that's in the amount of $9,840. Again, if we take away the 8 vehicles, there's no need for the insurance premium. Then we get into infrastructure, page 11 of 11. There's on page 11 of 11, under infrastructure, there's parking lots, sidewalks, street lights for Window Rock and probation, and that's in the amount of $257,000. I just don't see how that is related to CARES funding. And then there's a building on page 11 of 11, and it's Hogan for Window Rock and Alamo District peacemaking, and the amount of $90,000. And then the last one is furniture on page 11 of 11 in the amount of $62,552. And these are all information that's provided on the budget forms that Judicial did provide to us. And the total amount for all of that is $723,155.
Madam Chair, could you want the very last one again?
Yeah, furniture on page 11 of 11 in the amount of $62,552.
Where's that at?
It's on page 11 of 11. It says furniture and fixtures.
That's 65. Oh, I thought it said 85. So 9112 65.
Again, colleagues, my reasoning for pulling these amounts out is I just don't see the justification of how these would be insured for CARES money.
Councilmember. 285,215. Okay, there's.
And then this one gets right down. Just gets deducted. That.
I'm coming up with a different number here. So let me go down the numbers that you have. The first one is 285,215. Second is 18,548. Third one is 9,840. Fourth one is 257,000. Fifth one is 90,000. And the sixth one is $65,552. Is that correct?
The furniture and fixtures. Oh, yes, that is true. I'm sorry. I guess I made a mistake on that one. It is 65,552. I accidentally put 62,000. I apologize for that. It's late. My reading glasses are not doing me any justice at this point, so I do apologize for that discrepancy.
So,
but all the other amounts are correct except for the furniture on page 11 of 11. And again, Speaker, you are correct, and that is the amount of $65,552.
So this is what I got. 6,700. So 700 this is what we got, Madam Chair, is $726,155.
Yes, if we minus that from the $10,355,050, Speaker, that's the amount that I will be requesting for Judicial at this time.
Okay. So the number is 962895. So the number is going to be $9,628,895.
Can you repeat that again one more time, Speaker?
$9,628,895. Question of privilege by Chairman Hina.
Yes, I can. I am trying to look through my email. I don't have a copy of what she's referencing. If I could get an email on that.
I think that's part of us.
Yes.
Still working on
What
it.
I'll do is I will forward you the email that I'm talking about, along with the attachments for the CARES funding from Judicial branch. So I'll email that to the entire 24th.
But it's not going to be line itemed out though. The ones that you crossed out, or is it the ones that you Well, that you took
Well,
out.
I do have an email that was sent to Dana and Perlene asking them about the ones that I took out, and it breaks it down page by page.
Speaker, I will have the amendment and the revised expenditure plan, et cetera, in maybe 5 minutes. I'm working on it now.
Speaker, I just now sent it out. Can you guys verify that you guys received it, please?
Original one, right?
What's
The
that?
original, this is the original amendment?
This is the Judicial Cares Fund. The attachment is what Judicial sent to us. And then if you scroll down and you look at my email, that's where I kind of question the amounts, and then also I reference the pages.
Oh.
I hope that helps with what I'm talking about. And I
Okay.
did for number 4, I did get the furniture one wrong. I accidentally put 62,000 when it's actually 65,000.
Okay. With that, Chairman Hino and Ms. Barbara are still sending out the email. So it's 9:30, recess till 9:45.
Thank you.
9:45, recess.
Speaking for how long?
15 minutes, 9:45.
She has another.
Thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and go back into out of recess. Let me go ahead and get a roll call. The time now is 9:52. For the record, date is July 30th, 9:52 p.m. That is July 30th. We are in Nomination Council, some special session, and we are in legislation 0144-20. We are on amendment or possibly the motion for Madam Chair Charles Newton as she's getting ready to present her amendment. And we're on modification of the amendment. So let's go ahead and go to roll call.
Almer Bay.
I vote green. Or here.
Honorable Alma Begay, answered roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan, present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Okay.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from beautiful Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Cannonball Crotty is present.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach Crotty is answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I'm here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Alona is here.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel's present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Ricky Ness answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm here, present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Atish Carl Oaks. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edwin Yazzie excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhead present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 22 members to answer roll call. Mr. Speaker.
We have 22 members present at this time entering roll call. So thank you, colleagues, for continuing to be a part of this discussion this evening on legislation 0144-20. With that, Ms. Barbara.
Speaker, I think I've lost it. I have too much going. All I can find, I did the amendment. I cannot find a Word version of the expenditure plan to amend. So I'm gonna send the amendment and I'm looking for the expenditure plan. The amendment will be there in just a second. And I'm resigning.
Barbara, on the Ms. Barbara, on the expenditure plan, for the ones that needed to be actually amended, are we just looking at the numbers and then changing from hardship to?
Speaker, I sent out the amendment. I'm just looking for a Word version of the expenditure plan.
I know, but on the expenditure plan, is that just the numbers need to be changed, and then instead of hardship, it would be.
No, that's in the amendment.
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to read the amendment into the record. Then.
Just the dollars.
Okay, so I'm going to read the amendment into the record now. Then.
Okay.
And we go from there. So if it fixes that, then we're good to go. Yeah, send it out.
Amber knows what I'm.
Rico, if you may, read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 4.1, page 1, line 16, after projects, insert judicial branch. 2, insert judicial branch expenditure plan attached as exhibit 15. 3, on page 4, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore, the purpose of the CARES Fund judicial branch expenditure plan attached as exhibit 15 is to immediately provide $9,633,863 to address the continuing ability of the judicial branch to provide access to the courts of the Navajo Nation and essential judicial services, including but not limited to court peacemaking and probation parole services to Navajo and non-Navajo people and entities while protecting the public and staff from the spread of COVID-19. 4, page 5, line 28, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the judicial branch expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation CARES Fund in the amount of $9,633,863 and allocates the funding to the administrative office of the courts within the judicial branch as set forth in Exhibit 15. 5, page 6, line 14, after 5, insert 15. 6, delete the following amounts from the budget forms attached to the judicial branch budget forms totaling $721,187. Subaccount 9160 vehicles, the amount $285,215. Subaccount 3110 fleet travel expense, amount $18,548. Subaccount 7740, 7750, 7766 vehicle insurance premiums, amount $4,872. Subaccount 9026 infrastructure, amount $257,000. Subaccount 9054 building improvements, amount $90,000. Subaccount 9112 furniture, $62,552. 7, delete all cumulative amounts allocated to the Parks and Recreation Economics Assistance Expenditure Plan in the legislation and Exhibit 11 by $9,633,863 and replaced with the revised cumulative total. 8. Increase any cumulative amount set forth in the legislation if necessary to account for this amendment. 9. Renumber, reletter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede a consistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. And now the Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Madam Chair, you good?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. With that, amendment number 4. Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Eugene So.
Second, Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Player. Honorable Daniel.
Delegate James.
Honorable Daniels on Amendment 4. Honorable Daniels. Daniels, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Senegi, 24th Council, staff, amendment, amendment number 4, Chairwoman, Charles Newton, amendment also about this since when you the great you should let's sit down and compromise the show the at the snake I see not best on how the dollars that were allocated with my amendment with my amendment in this legislation dollars vendors all the way from Four Corners all the way to Cameron, Arizona. Vendors tour operators give it the May Chamber of Commerce. But for these vendors, these big companies, Navajo business these vendors so all kids not best of I need a bandy so as I see for the vendors, leave the dollars for the vendors, tour operators. Then as a treat was illegal. So it is a Oshka or Lego. I don't know the snake wheat of antique kego. Royana me feed. Oh yes, Anani car of a husband a year. I yet hit I don't know what amendments that is or funny curve and nadi credit. So I don't know President Nez. As a proposal by local I don't know great in the group text that he could on the great him and his boys got the car that text I could say yeah President Nez he's my president, I'm his delegate. Like I have done on his Hashnekat. He's from Shanto, I'm his delegate. He's my president for the Navajo Nation. So he's from Shanto. So but Kodota Manan Hoshka, Kodoshan and Senegi, then basement and the Kodo. I don't know Kodota. Yeah, the needs, no, yeah, it all listen. So, yeah, could I say, Papa, no, Chicago. Mr. Speaker, is there time?
That, colleagues, favor time at 1 minute and 44 seconds. Honorable Daniels. That, moving on down. Honorable Vince James.
It's another. So here's another 20. In regards to the budget items that are listed for judicial, can we delete all those that are not related to COVID-19? Reserve my time. Thank you.
At 4 minutes, 37 seconds. We'll go to one more. Vice Chair Walker, and then I'll come back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Speaker. Although council members, Bishwan, although quite legislation though funded, although quite amendment by Yapchi Benahat Ahaki, should say Delegate Charles Newton, not only Nezo, Bishwan, large Benin Yahaki, quite. About this, although I want to say make my comments that are in line with Delegate Daniels. Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation Department, Aja, back in middle of May, they had requested to use some of their proprietary funds to provide relief for some of the artisans, vendors, and tour operators that are at these tribal parks. So Cameron being one, Ado and the Monument Valley, those four corners. That's to provide them relief because the government shutdown, effectively stopped tourism. The Parks and Recreation manager, and he was told to wait for the CARES Act money. Office of Controller had told them that should be he should wait for that. He should make a request for the CARES Act money. So just last week, before the Nabikiyati committee, we did inform the committee members and speaker about that. This evening, this amendment's going to change that. People are waiting for relief, and people are being subject to these changes. Their hopes rise, and then just in a few minutes, a few moments, then all that changes. This amendment, just does what I said. People are waiting for relief. If this amendment goes through, then so although I know that we have to honor the judicial branch as well as the executive branch and the legislative branch, so I am in support of the request for funding for judicial branch at the amount that they requested to honor, on my part, I want to, keep that commitment, and I want to honor that agreement we have. So, did you Jean peso? It affects people. It affects people that are waiting for relief, that have been waiting all summer. The message that we're going to send to the public, and then people at these tribal parks. So I want to reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so retirement 28 seconds. 48 seconds, sorry. That, moving on back to Madam Chair Charles Lewis.
Speaker, thank you. Otto Shiaj, Herman Daniels, Sheha, thank you for sharing those sentiments. Otto Shiaj, the Honorable Thomas Walker. The way that I look at this this legislation, one is the judicial branch is the third branch of government, and we as the legislative branch, we tend to put them in third place, which means that we always kind of just give them the leftover money once executive and legislative branch has taken a cut, whether it's the budget or any other funding that comes in. This council did try to assist judicial branch, and I want it on the record that we initially tried to give the judicial branch money from UUFB, and it was vetoed by President Nez. So judicial has been running on fumes. They're past empty now at this point. They're running on fumes. And we did again come together and we tried to allocate them $10 million immediate funds. But again, that amount was vetoed by the president. To date, and I hope I'm clear on this, but to date, the president's office, the legislative branch gave them $4 million that was not vetoed. But when legislative branch and judicial branch went forward and asked for money, both times they were vetoed. So both branches right now are running out of money. So going back to the judicial branch, I think that it's a matter of equity. This money is going to be spread across the Navajo Nation to all the district courts, so that they can address civil and criminal cases. We can no longer put judicial branch in third place. We need to honor our words when we talk about the three branches of government. Now, I understand that the artisans, and in this point, the money that was allocated for them would be used, but there is money available through the Diné Chamber of Commerce. We as council approve that money for them. In addition to that, there's also the Paycheck Protection Program that's also available for these artisans. So if they need money, there's two pots available for them. And right now, I don't know how much money we have left in the hardship, but that's another pot that's available to them. Judicial branch right now has only one option available to them, and that's this CARES money. We have given money to the executive branch, and I know with the legislative branch, we have not received, I don't believe we received any money, but judicial branch needs this money. And I want to go back to the issue of it being a matter of equity. All of this money is going to be spread across the Navajo Nation. It's not a particular community that's going to be benefiting from this money from Judicial. And I also want to point out that Judicial compromised. They could have argued that everything that they included in the budget form that they gave us was something that they could justify using the CARES Act money, but there was a compromise there, and so I think that shows a really good relationship between the legislative branch and also the judicial branch. I also want to end with stating that I know there's a lot of concerns about the president doing the budget line item veto, which is his authority to do that, which means he crosses out the money part of it, and that's it. That's what the people voted on, and that was the language that was replaced in the code. But in this case, it was vetted. And judicial branch did come before the three branch chiefs, and the Chief Justice made her plea for this money. And based on the information and the presentation given to us by Shajab President Naz, was that this was already okay. So I think that the judicial branch is in need of this money. They did make compromise. They do have a pre-approval at this point, and they are the third branch of government and deserve funding as a matter of equity. So I hope that I was able to answer the concerns brought by Honorable Daniels and also Honorable Walker. In regards to the question that Honorable James asked, I did text and ask him if there was anything in here that he felt was not CARES, CARES related, CARES Act money related. And I haven't received a text back yet, but I think when Honorable James and I were going through the budget forms, we both had the same concerns regarding the money that has already been taken out of the budget form. So again, at this point, we are asking for $9,633,863 from the Parks and Recreation. And in my calculation is that Parks and Recreation would have $828,637. If each artisan were to receive $1,000 to help them during this time, that would mean that would be a lot of artisans that could come forward. So there's still money available for artisans to use, in addition to the pots that are already made available through them through Gwinnett Chamber of Commerce and the Paycheck Protection Program. So with that, Speaker, I believe I answered the questions and concerns brought by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Let me move on back now. I've got some new individuals on the board. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to Delegate Charles Newton for the amendment. Strongly support the judicial branch. I think that this is much needed, and there isn't really much to add to your presentation, but I just wanted to express my support. I have a request to modify to include a compliance amendment from the OOC, and that goes to the sponsor, and I'll reserve my time and ask OLS and OLC to read the amendment.
To modify Honorable Slater. Let me reserve time is 4:23. You got it? That's is just administrative fix.
Hello?
Miss Barbara, are you sending over a possible amendment?
Tons of amendments. You guys will just have to be patient. I'm working as fast as I possibly can.
Okay.
Dana, we appreciate your work.
Honorable Slater, is this amendment to modify? You don't, I'm not taking time off.
Is this a request to modify? Is that what you're saying, Speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Eight? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Just waiting on an updated, I guess, a request to modify amendment to Madam Chair Charles Newton's amendment here this evening. Time now is almost 10:30 p.m. Thank you to everyone that's still listening in online, wherever you're at. Thank you for being a part of this discussion. Navajo Nation Council has been working on this CARES legislation for almost 2 months now, a little over 2 months, and actually close to 2 months, yes. 2 months to the day, possibly, to get it this far, and I'm glad that we're here. So thank you, everyone, for still listening in. Thank you to the staff for being a part of this. I know this is probably one of the pivotal moments that's going to be recognized for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So again, thank you, everyone, for being a part of this evening, part of this along the way. Just a couple of announcements. Tomorrow we do have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Actually, I think it's a work session or a leadership meeting. Starts at 8:30. 8:30. I know that we have a Census Commission meeting that's coming up tomorrow morning too at 8 a.m. I know that those two meetings, so I'll be going through the process tomorrow, and then we will continue on this evening. Technically, we could continue on after midnight because of our agenda, but once we recess this evening and come back tomorrow if we do come back tomorrow, if we pass this legislation this evening, if we do come back tomorrow, we will be reconvening at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we will be ready to go again. I know that the opportunity that we have is coming. So with that, thank you, everyone. Again, we're just waiting for possible amendment. We can go from there.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Speaker.
I have a question.
Let me go back to Honorable Slater.
Yes, the question is whether, I just can't remember at this point, the technical amendment ended up getting included in Delegate Brown's housing amendment, or whether that also needs to be included. And for the sake of getting that done this evening, if it is complete and wasn't included, I would like to include that in my request for modification as well.
Honorable Slater, that was included in the amendment. Well, your request to modify was included, and Honorable Brown accepted that. So that was something that we did approve in Amendment 3. So we have that on record. With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Speaker, I was just going to say, I know that you were talking to kind of give Dana some time, but maybe it would be good to let the listeners know the reason why it's taking us this long to come up with a plan. I know that we have the deadline, but we also have only 3 options whenever we're considering legislation and how that falls within the coronavirus relief fund, the guidance that was given to us. That's just a suggestion. Maybe if you get time again, we can just explain to the listeners what we are having to do each time we consider these amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just for transparency.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton, for that suggestion. I can get that information out. I need my book. Where's my book at? Oh, the other book. That's at the office. Thank you again, colleagues, for being here this evening. Actually, just while we're waiting, Honorable Freeland, do you have a meeting, state task force meeting this weekend?
Could we postpone it next Friday due to the special session call?
Oh, okay, all right. How about you, Madam Chair? Do you have a gaming task force meeting?
No, we do not, Speaker.
Okay. All right. We got something. got something from Ms. Barbara. Okay, good. That ready? All right. Looks like we got it from you, Ms. Barbara.
Great. The expenditure plan will be there in just a second.
Okay, we'll start reading this into the record. It's going to take us some time. All right, with that, thank you, Ms. Barbara. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, modification to Amendment 4, 9, page 1, line 16, after projects, insert controller. 10, insert controller expenditure plan attached as Exhibit 16. 11, on page 4, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore the purpose of the CARES Fund Controller Expenditure Plan attached as Exhibit 16 is to immediately provide $20,008,798 to address the increase of resources and costs imposed on the Office of the Controller by COVID-19 pandemic and the receipt of the Federal CARES Fund. 12, on page 5, line 28, insert new paragraph as follows. The Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts total funding for the controller expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation CARES Fund in the amount of $20,008,798 and allocates the funding to the Office of the Controller as set forth in Exhibit 16. 13, page 6, line 14, after 5, insert 16. 14, delete all cumulative amounts allocated to the hardship assistance expenditure plan in the legislation and Exhibit 10 by amount of $20,008,798 and replace with revised cumulative total. 15, increase cumulative amounts set forth in the legislation if necessary to account for this amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Yep, sending that out. That, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Are
Yes,
you good
sir.
with the modification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, Honorable Eugene So, you good with the modification?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. That, going back to the board. Honorable Paul Begay. On
Thank
Amendment
you.
4.
Thank you. On Amendment 4, I had an amendment in mind, but I decided not to pursue it. I thought it was going to be a good amendment. The ones that Dana Barbara sent to us was 6 new ones coming up. I had the least amount money-wise, but I'm going to let it go. How about we should just send it across the street and let the pen do the work, and then we'll see what else we have to do after that. Should I see former Bennett Freeze? No, there is nothing former about that. 60 years, no infrastructure. Our people still live in dwellings that have dirt floors. These are the people that are striving to help their families financially support their and relatives, extended family. Halit small business tours peso halit so these are the people that live in Western Navajo that are affected still by that Bennett Freeze situation, that are trying to help their families survive. And they are willingly say, let's keep our business closed because we want to help our people survive this virus. We don't want to put them in jeopardy. They're willingly on their own abiding by the executive orders. But yet we can't help them. Halit ensa. So I don't know no be la da si clean I don't know na cha ko hado no. That's to me that's not right. Just take your chances on what you originally had. 10 million. There's no guarantee on these amendments and legislations that it's going to get approved. Even in window of that. What's that now? Go bit no down the out in next week I'll down now and it's repetition over and over. This is what, the third time now? I don't believe in the third time is a charm anymore. At least the never 20 homes we wanted to get for Coppermine chapter for a little over $3 million, and that was possible to get it done within by December. And I'm letting that go because we have too many amendments. I don't equity no. I don't see no equity in a lot of stuff that we've done. These are just my thoughts. I don't know how. How do we tell those people now that we might not be able to help them? It's frustrating. So I'm going to vote red on this because it's not helping our people in the West. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Paul Begay. On board so.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I believe I'm going to be in the same boat. And I guess to take it out of the artisans is something that I have a problem with. شيء هالنيت إيه بعد عادنا مش ما صانت عيل دين هالن هادو شيء هي وكو ليج أساتينيل دين هالن تكشنال أو لا أهد وكو أويو شيء هي وكو باي نشأ ليه وانا إني هو لا هاد You know, some of us grew up selling stuff like that. Some of us grew up doing that. Some of you may not have. You don't understand the life that these artisans do. Ada ba shabiga shajan da asnilo. Ada kuida da jingo. Ada kuida yada abke do tilo that adil. Could I take it from the hardship, then I will support it. Other than that, if you leave it there, I will vote against the amendment here. Reserve my time.
3 minutes, 22 seconds. We go back. Anybody else on the board? Back to reserve time. Daniels, 1 minute, 49 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the amendment I don't understand strict innocent kita innocent here I see that under the F I don't know I see one or committee that Shamakodo I don't know but any other cat in a rage I don't know with any level. So yeah, he the needs yeah, 8 lessons for I don't know for operators, I don't know vendors. Now, what's about job instant? And say what the snow was so the state as of right now, and what the snapana oshka. Now, what's about job instant? That is in later cut. The best of the better, the best I don't date all that. When you visit those tribal parks, they're closed. The Ghana, the one that out of base on data all that. So AI ba bana oshka. I don't know what negate so ya shoni ta we there's miscounsel. So he one the negate the shenigate and what the not that and then he not that and then he's other tribes AI the East Cares Act money. Hate and decorated all the hitty got all a hidden now better. I saw that I need a one egg. So I don't at all that I don't know certain of it illness. I saw he got list, Mr. President, with all. So it is a banana Oscar, I don't know. There's artisans. It's a was it a city? Oh, yes, I did banana, or vendors, these artisans, they sell their jewelry to these vendors. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down. Honorable James, 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
Here, that's another door. Here's the last Carnegie. Kodosh Nalanat Arch, not the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Ado, she bounces case of she. Oh, a huge AIA and a hot dot oh, a huge AIA. The hick a the negate that is she or Liet open yet Ado at the Adelia at the Adelia Sango Adelia, Lenko. On the she, sort of the lineage she, a day a band, the case of she a bit ilnatico. Neako or a huge aya or yo. Palabinina hidden it go any hit hold just upon the state adult. I hope it's a cut to cut out a tweet or son at the Yaki. But others than honey to batch it's only the dolly. Chocot Ben Hitchet. Yadati or the Hoelgis, the late or distinct at the hot Yadati. Oh, a jod art conject. I held out the case out between the case she. Ayat echo. Alla ani or a huge in a hot it. Though based on the Niki Bay. Ben Hitchet and a hot echo. According to the Christian amendments, what I that Kate Nada the Hoko. So that be fancy case so she in Hayat Echo. But Ella co art cotain hick a that a dot art cotain fat chilling so can he nalle. At that co banana sedated and or a huge echo. Of course, all what Abraham that G castle. At that late or left are cut a handshake. Basic subject Kodalia Goshi. Ye had all know ye the Bezilo. The Cossin Sanas, the age of Stoit any. Which it ka, Jokot echo. She had in this case, she not a old land old list, Jokut Echo. What are a start many because the old list. Wait my time. Thank you, Chanel Speaker.
That, waving your time. You can Honorable James. Well down. 48 seconds. Honorable Walker, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Speaker, members of council, and listeners out there on the conference call here. The paycheck protection payroll, these vendors are not eligible for that because they're not a formal business. They're informal. The unemployment benefits, most of them are not eligible. And then the Net Chambers of Commerce hardship assistance, that funding for the assistance program there, that's not guaranteed either. So we did commit as a Navajo Nation through Parks and Recreation to provide relief to these vendors and artisans. And then through the NABI committee meeting, we did the same. Tonight we're turning them down. We're going against our word. I will not be supporting this amendment. I can't, pay Peter from Paul's account. Thank you.
Hey, that. Moving on down. Back to Madam Chair Charles Noon.
Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So I do appreciate the comments that were provided here tonight. And I guess when I think in terms of equity, I think about, all of the civil cases, the criminal cases, and the children cases that the courts have to address. We have so many of these cases that have been, sitting there, and as delegates, we have asked questions about why are these cases just sitting there. These cases give people a sense of justice, and I think that just is what actually heals an individual. And it's really important that we, when we talk about, particular agencies, we have 3 delegates from the Western Agency who have stated that they don't support this legislation. I'm assuming that Western Agency doesn't have any legal issues. I know that the other agencies, there are legal issues that have to be addressed. And we have all day have been looking at making other amendments. We took money from the hardship. We've taken money from other amendments, and nobody had a problem with that. And so I don't understand why that's being brought up now. And then as far as the comment regarding repetition, we do for our people over and over and over and over again. That's what repetition, I guess, for me is. That's why I was elected. I don't have a problem with hearing these legislations going on and on, because that's our job. And to make the comment, don yeta, it just doesn't make sense to me, because that's why we're elected. And so in regards to this legislation for judicial, As a member of the Law and Order Committee, as chair of the Law and Order Committee, it is my duty to advocate for the third branch of government, to give them the money that they rightfully deserve. Now, I know that that there's an issue with where do we get the money for artisans. My understanding is there's $34 million that was given to the Net Chamber of Commerce. Why can't we just make an amendment to that amendment and have 10 million specifically set aside for the artisans? That way your area is covered in regards to the artisans who have been affected by this virus. The tour companies, I think, could qualify for the payroll protection program. So I think in a way, if we just look at what we have presented, the answers are in front of us. We can, those artisans, those businesses, even home-based businesses, if we made it clear in the Net Chamber of Commerce amendment that 10 million would be specifically for artisans, we would be covering that amount. And that's the way that I looked at this. Is yes, the Net Chamber of Commerce, you know, there was a comment that they would probably not give money. But if we made that amendment and we made it clear that 10 million has to go to artisans, I think we would be covered. Again, because $34 million has been awarded to the Net Chamber of Commerce. My understanding is, and maybe I'm wrong, is that Al Anderson and Derek Watchman were actually looking at this, and they were looking at how many members, they have in regards to, having to assist these people. But again, I think it's a simple fix. Just set aside 10 million from the Net Chamber of Commerce money to go specifically to the artisans. And then as far as the tour operators, have the tour operators and the tour businesses, because they have to be businesses, they have to be licensed, have them go through the Paycheck Protection Program. And if they can't get money there, then they would still be covered under the 10 million that was already set aside for the artisans. So, and this actually was a recommendation from somebody from RBDO. And I think it's a good recommendation. And I just want to thank this person for sending me this email to help assist with this issue. But again, we do have the judicial branch that needs money. And again, they are the third branch of government. It has been, these monies have already been vetted, and it has been presented to this council, and it has been presented to the 3 branch chiefs. Sorry, Speaker, I got cut off again. But that's what I have to say is that, again, I think colleagues, we're doing good. We're doing good in that we are, right now, it is 10:55, and we're still talking about this with how to address this money. And whether the president vetoes this legislation or not, it's going to be on him. But we are putting our minds together, and we're coming up with a solution on how this money should be spent. And I truly believe that we cannot leave the judicial branch out of this CARES Act money, because they already are receiving very little from the Navajo Nation as a whole. So with that, Speaker, I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go back to, I got a new player. Are we all here?
Koyat Teleto Tunasani 24 councilman. Shaya Ayo Asa Ajoba this water project out of in Canada. But I had to tell my people that the project won't meet the December 30 expiration date of the CARE Act fund. But could always get it to the hot by this it's the basic national army. We should give money to $1 million worth of hay to divide it up to those chapter 10 chapter of fund to get based on Hanoda. It is a bit of so the Shidiana. Nihile, Nihide Pehado, Tado, Ayotita, the Pebbles, Epe, Hitaban, Tokis, Aron the reservoir, earth dam that all this, Edo, it can be done in no time before fall time. Hot Elshan, Edo Shakito, no, this amendment. At least I'm asking probably about another, for all of us, and she didn't never. That is the state of the how hard that be. So we need new one water to the gym garage. Total lake is on the carry how winds low out of those not little other carry the tone late out of no message out of toya, but I used or that canoe. Be behind it, not that place of British Kitashani. Let's not do that way. Be tough, be strong. Aron so not Ani. Even in business Shabit of the Quida, the earth and water Tobin, Aro restores earth dam that hard have been. I need money for that one. This is one of the most important. You should never. Aro it's also $1 million that's be thought so, or maybe $1.5 million. Let's get this hay for a last door. Rodeo to that time for last the Yanito. I can the Tadito is that city now like it then the hay for those guys a rodeo. According to she kedo they can we need to help those guys too. Be a tato. Shabito so they are asking for money. Yeah, one so straight all that to request to reserve my time. Here now, I'm on all this. Here, and go back on mute.
Nobody else on the board. We'll go back to reserve time. Almost later. 4 minutes, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I just would like to state that this entire situation could have been avoided if we had worked on some compromising language at Nabi. And it just shows that, you know, there's a reason for having those sorts of discussions and trying to be prescient and think about how funding may fall or not fall when we got to full council and these hard decisions that we're going to have to make. And I tried to set up that hardship assistance amendment and to help out my colleagues and start framing and thinking things that way. Where are we going to be able, how are we going to get creative to, you know, pare down some of these budgets so that we can have the broadest and most impactful relief for our people. But the judicial branch, I mean, if you have a business dispute, it goes before the courts. If you have an employment dispute, it goes before the courts. Our entire government, everything we're doing here could potentially have some implication before the courts. And if we don't respect the judicial branch, then we're devaluing our entire governmental system. So much is reliant upon the wisdom and the guidance that is provided there. And we need to use that, and we need to nurture it, and we need to support it in this time of vulnerability. So I really support an appropriation to the branch. but I think there are ideas. I think there should be a new proposal, maybe that will merge the chamber and the Division of Economic Development's proposal. But these sorts of divide and conquer tactics where we stop treating everybody equally, whether they're a business or they have a certain identity, is wrong. And we're seeing how it gets super messy when we say, okay, well, tour operators and artisans are more important than every other type of business and employee on the Navajo Nation, and they're going to receive disproportionately more money than these other businesses. I don't agree with that in principle, and I don't think that that reflects our values of being equitable and inclusive. There is a way to create a set aside for vendors, for artisans within a broader program, and we could have discussed those ideas, and I think we can still do that at this point. It'll probably take some offline conversations, but the insinuation that people don't understand how certain people live based off of their economic circumstances or the jobs they have was incredibly, I think, insulting to a lot of our people. And I mean, as a delegate who represents a chapter that would be getting funding under the $10.5 million proposal, I mean, I still want to stand up for the other 4 chapters and for all the other chapters on the Navajo Nation that won't get this special workaround for chapter funding that is included in this proposal. It's this divide and conquer, privilege and elevate over other people that is shown how harmful it's been to this process. So, colleagues, I think we need to support our judicial branch. We have a way to include our vendors. Anything that we expend money on has to be compliant with the CARES Act, and we will use the most appropriate documentation to do that. You know, I don't want to say the bare minimum in that it is not something that will be worthy of review, but instead is not cumbersome to the business owner or the vendor or the tour operator. And that's the principle that was expressed then, and it just keeps getting misconstrued over and over and over again. If funding, if the thought is that these entities, vendors, artisans, etc., would not be eligible under the Chamber's proposal or the Division of Economic Development's proposal, then they wouldn't be eligible for the CARES Act. And I think that's what we need to say, because otherwise we're just confusing things and making it seem like people are being unnecessarily attacked. So please support the controller's oversight efforts. Please support the judicial branch. These are unprecedented times, and they're vulnerable at this time. We need to give them strength.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'd like to call a point of or a question of privilege.
A question of privilege from the sponsor.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Speaker. I just have a question. So I proposed an idea to the 3 delegates who stated that they're going to vote red, or actually the 4 delegates, Honorable Thomas Walker, Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Otto So. The idea that I proposed that we set aside $10 million from the Chamber of Commerce. I was mistaken. I thought it was 34 million. I guess it's 32. I'm sorry, let me double check again. 32,500,000. If we were to set aside 10 million for tour guides, artisans with the Navajo Parks and Rec.
Okay, that's you. Madam Chair. Madam Chair. That colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes,
Agree with that?
Speaker, we can hear you.
Okay, great. That colleagues, question, and you can refer that into the discussion. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, reserve time, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Well, if we could go ahead and move forth and include that amendment to modify what Honorable Eugenia Newton Charles reflected, that we set aside 10,400 some odd thousand related to the artisan to incorporate into this amendment. That is an offer, and I would request the amending party or the sponsor of the amendment to modify, include that modification in this amendment. Reserve my time.
What are you doing?
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
So just for
Request to
clarification,
modify.
Speaker. Yes. So Speaker, just for clarification, the 10,460, or actually it would be the $9,633,863 that we are taking from Parks and Recreation, which is the artisans fund, would actually, just for clarification, we would be amending the Diné Chamber of Commerce legislation to basically put that amount back into the artisan, I guess, fund, is what I understand. Is that correct?
What is the amount to that? 9633863.
So, because Speaker, I'm saying 9,633,863. That was the amount that was going to be taken out of the Parks and Recreations, which leaves $828,637. So technically, if we look at the Diné Chamber of Commerce legislation and we put that money back in there, and basically with the Diné Chamber of Commerce, what we're saying is the original amount that was offered to the artisans in the amount of $10,462,500, that amount will be set aside in the Diné Chamber of Commerce legislation, specifically for tour guides, artisans with the Navajo Parks and Recreation. That was my proposal, and it sounds like Honorable Otto So is good with it. But if Honorable Thomas Walker, Honorable Paul Vigay, and especially Shiaj, Honorable Herman Daniels are good with it, I think that we can include that amendment in this amendment. I hope I'm making sense.
Oh, this is the way this is what I'm looking at right now. Go back to the left. Go down. So what we do is we would actually, instead of it saying delete all cumulative amounts or take money from Parks and Recs, it would actually say, back up, Manuel, back to the top. So it would actually say, that would be the only area it would say, huh?
Yeah.
Go down, 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 go down. So actually, it would just say this. It would just say the amount on item or number 7 under the amendment. It says delete all cumulative amounts allocated to the Parks and Rec. We would strike Parks and Rec, and we would insert Dene Chamber of Commerce. Economic Assistance Expenditure Plan and Legislation Exhibit 9 by $9,633,863. So that means that the $10 million that's going to Parks and Rec would still be administered by Parks and Rec. But the amount of $9 million less would be going to the Dene Chamber of Commerce. Which is, what's that number? Right now. 32 minus 9. Right here, 963.
963.
3863. What?
22.
It's the Chamber of Commerce. But what they were saying was to set aside.
Chair, this is what would happen. There would still be creating a new fund management plan in the amount of $9,633,863 that would be going to the judicial branch. There would still be 10 million. Well, there'd be still being 10,462,500 that'd be going to the Navajo Nation Parks and Rec. The new number would be 22,866,137 would be going to the Dene Chamber of Commerce. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
No, Speaker. So I guess if you look at the Dene Chamber of Commerce, the bill, let me step back. So let's throw out the Parks and Recreation expenditure plan altogether, which is Exhibit 11, and insert that expenditure plan directly into the Dene Chamber of Commerce. Because Dene Chamber of Commerce has $32,500,000. But if we, of that $32,500,000, if we were to take out basically we're just saying that.
Chair.
Point of order, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, are we just having a normal discussion of where money will be taken out and such? Shami Amendment Elialan. We need to get back in order on discussing the amendment, Speaker.
Honorable Keon Begay, I'm trying to clarify the amendment. That's the reason why I'm having this discussion. I need to clarify the amendment. I'm sorry, this is taking a little longer.
Speaker, There are technically 4 delegates who are voting against the money going to judicial.
Madam Chair Charles Zune, if I take that money out of the Navajo Nation Parks and Rec, let me ask Honorable Otto So, is that the Honorable Otto So, your request to modify? Let me clarify that, Honorable Otto So.
Yes, I request that the modification that to overstrike Parks and Recs and insert the net chamber of commerce where the funds are gonna come out. And realistically, I think the president is gonna line item the net chambers of commerce, and that's something that is not, I don't think is supported. And his economic development is something that he supports. So with that, I think it's better just to do this fix, take it out of the net chambers of commerce and let it go. Because if we insert the language into the net chambers of commerce, I'm feeling that he's going to line item that whole thing as a whole. That's my request.
What the hell?
Well, Otto So this is your request to Madam Chair Charles Zhu, and then is bring it back up. Your request then is there's $32.5 million right now currently allocated to the Dene Chamber of Commerce. You want to just wipe out the Navajo Nation Parks and Rec allocation completely. And you want that money to be going towards the judicial branch. So in the Dene Chamber of Commerce, we'll also have additional, will still equal out the 32.5 million is going to the Dene Chamber of Commerce, except for the amount that's allocated. And it's probably going to be a little more than that. If it's 32.5, you're looking at 828,637 additional dollars that's going to be going to the Dene Chamber of Commerce. And then while the judicial branch gets $9.6 million, correct?
I think you muddied it up. I was just saying that have the judicial branch's money come from the Dene Chamber of Commerce and leave Parks and Recs monies alone.
That's what was my original. But now you're saying that you want to take out the Parks and Rec. So you don't want to take out any money. You don't want to give any money to Parks and Rec on water.
No. Leave Parks and Recs amendment the way it is. The way it is.
Okay, I understand now.
Get the judicial branch's request out of the net chambers of commerce.
Okay, so the amount will drop by 9.6 million. So it'll be $22,866,137 that's going to go to the Dene Chamber of Commerce because that's minus the 9.6.
Yes, that and that would intact and leave the artisan fund.
Okay, so that's my understanding, Madam Chair Charles Zewin.
No,
that's the request to modify.
I think I just sent an email. Per RBDO, there are 5 different types of businesses. Number 3 is tour guides, artisans with Navajo Parks and Recreation.
No, so your request to modify. You're not taking it.
No.
Chair.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to stick with the original. Thank you.
All right, with that, moving on down. Chairman Hinyo, new player.
Kasi na gala so the speaker Damon do ako name to hold kili na kistawi lang there. Days for sponsoring this amendment, and it's really getting to be really controversial. And several days ago, we have see and Herman Daniels that he basically and that we never had a blessing for it. We never had something good put into it. We're putting each other against each other. Jay has even James, the money is the root of all evil. Look at what we're doing. And we're talking about millions of dollars. And are we really confident that all this millions of dollars that we're trying to protect will be spent by December 30th? You need to think about that. And we need to give and take. I need judicial branches, third branch of the government, and they do need some money, but I do question some of the expenditures that they put in, and they go all out thinking that this is like a regular annual budget. Furnitures, vehicles, not knowing that these are COVID-related expenses and it's regulated by the federal government. But I'm glad they showed that she saw a lot of these expenses that were questionable and she took them out. And I do support the judicial branch with their IT and distance court. But at the same time, you have to think about the other expenses that they're like $800,000 for meeting expenses. We need to look at that. That's outrageous. If you put that in a regular budget, that's not going to fly. But here, they're just kind of going 1,000% over. So we need to kind of start looking at a lot of these expenses. So this is about this. So the rest of my time, I'd like to give it to my Delegate Herman Daniels. Speaker Damon.
Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. You good?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, my brother, Chairman Henry. I say, Papa, here, Arunana, isn't that way, and as easy to make it hard like a big outdoors. It's about Bebe. Papa, yes, Arunana, the rate could speaking to the amendment could on the rate about a year about a fee, Arunana could the rate about 3 days or easily could they up has the year could on the Parks and Recreation aid and rate up December 30th, 2020. As a big out a culture don't is what up get was ya. A stay when unigate in the get the house yago. A up has the year could Arunana could on the rate that's and that's aquado. A lot of these tour operators, they applied for the paycheck protection plan. Yeah, they didn't qualify. I spoke to one of the tour operators. I applied for the paycheck protection plan. I didn't qualify. Because these big businesses, they're taking all the dollars, and Delegate Walker Menegate, Vice Chair Walker. These are small businesses, these are vendors and Menegate. I see I job back. $5 to $20. If it's a good day, $50 and they I don't know quite nice. So they have kids, they have bills to pay. So like electricity or water bill. That I don't know. Some they don't have running water. It's one day. Oh, that ego actually your echo. That was a bit hard that on rate the private code on the rate 4 corners by another in I don't know the rate to Monument Valley all the way to Antelope Canyon. Cameron, Aronan Artisans, and Lenito Ido Hajopa in Zenako. AIC Baskodo, Hajopa Idani, Zenkodo, Bahajopa in Zenkodo Dam. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, we'll go back. We'll be on the board. Reserve time. Honorable Aroso, 2 minutes, 19 seconds.
Yeah, Oshi Bansa Keso. JJ, the term I heard earlier was compromise. And I believe that's not something that's been put on the table. And it's in Hano, Onash, Toshik Anida. Kidney kind of up in the shit. To hadit go she Adjushin Dolta. Go to idea Jabashna Jo be Aslada de dit Altotion and Asho on the Herman. Beslada de dit Ash. Ninde upon that auto Eda. The Ashi ko. Ashi be Howard Nordne. And I believe Resources Development Committee is the oversight of the artisan and Parks and Recs program. So I just ship it average a housing. A ship with a kidney did the best any equal penny state them. Because Bernard Edinson added her leader Nevada in Higgy. Because Tata Peso Hayinel out in there. The DARC non-linear and that. But with the I guess the Chamber of Commerce, I think basically that's going to be vetoed. It's not a Navajo Nation entity, really, a governmental entity. But you have Parks and Rec, that's a Navajo Nation governmental entity that you'll channel the monies through to get these artisans paid out. Oh, that's I couldn't to beshi ashi edis ni dolis ko what andi net nejer ko what asanant rest of my time I give it to Herman Daniel.
That was your time right there. So that moving on down on reserve time. We all here, 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
Hello, yeah, good evening again, Shana. I didn't any showed on the heat last night on speaker. Aro Shede Yakudo, President, not the liquid I spirit see nothing, but the better lonely hair, but I also add on the part of Zida. Tradition that Nene, I see. We forgot our people up there, sheep herders, big kid, that Kagi, it was out on that the leader. Ports and recreation in nothing. But the other has start Lago. I request $1 million from Ports and Recreation for to get paid for these for 110 chapters. It all they had. So this is not I make my time right here. Thank you very much, Speaker. Preserve my time.
That reserve your time, 1 minute, 17 seconds. Went on down. New player, Honorable Keon Begay.
And 2 minutes, Speaker, Eugene.
Honorable Keon Begay.
Reserve time, Speaker.
4 minutes, 59 seconds. Eugene So.
Ahalan ya la. Ay yo na siye con diheta hosas sin on hita sin. Ahalan ashenet on son sesta. Ha si asin shi eshkal. Di panit initiani sita sa inihita. Ala pesa. Na ha kriget in I don't know how it kriget in la shla. All yours han sakis. What I understand is getting to know every one of the people. Die zie dat en die schepen dat ik ja die zie dan. Ik vind dat als je na hot die schepen ja dat. At en dit is apart ik. Ik zie dat en die daar jo toch pas aan niet. Als de quiz is cut, I say it no. We say the same thing over and over. We know what's going on out there. We know where it's needed, and we're not doing it. The way urgent and where it's needed. In hoped all by this COVID-19 is not for debate in this action. But I'm an artist too myself. I know how I make money. So far as I read all mess up on the initiation through the organization internet, their website, the organization. But I shop on the in across into the other countries. But I should set that on the race. My in-law that silversmith is the or other countries bond is me. Could I ask because so this is not really just quite has any day than Honda Kaide the point in but I do feel for them that they are need shape and go function. They are need money. I don't need I say that because I know how it was when I was starting. I know how it is if you don't sell anything. So could I would touch a shot how it was now it's hasn't. So I know where it's needed, but we're not giving it to where it's needed. We're just talking about it. And it's been so many months now. I can't believe that we're doing this. So I'm sorry. So with my concerns, with my experience with being an artist, so I know how it is when you're hungry, when you don't sell anything. I know how it is. So I know how it is. So when I hear you guys, what you're saying, you're talking about me. So it I honest it I don't want to talk no more. I see that anybody. And that's what I thought about this so we know where it's needed. Let's put the money there and let's get rid of the money and let's help the people. I show that you guys are more educated than I am. All that guys is just the wisdom of how to be living with the people. Never not it's so I don't want to get to know more of you guys, the bad side of it. I want to keep you guys all in the good side of my memories. I saw it. Yeah, thank you. How long?
That colleagues or everybody else in the queue, we ready to vote?
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Menino?
Says Helio.
Wait.
Again, answer to the Speaker Damon. I just want to make the point here that with this amendment, they gave that the judicial branch, Stevenage City, should be given some kudos. He's the only branch representative that followed the expenditure plan and the application that was passed by the Budget and Finance Committee. And so all the others, they're just bringing in their proposals, but just make notice that
Judicial branch is the only one that followed that application. Aquí a nosotros.
Hey, you ready to vote? No reserve time. With Jimmy Yellow here.
Okay, yeah, there's not at all. I will wait my time, but I don't be got in Highland. I don't see what they do. So, I just want to let it go, and maybe sometime we need to think about our sheep herders. Hey, as a kid, I want me. So, peso this in high day, young housing that not that. It about this. So, I don't wait my time. Ready to vote now. Let's move on now.
Right, on Brigade.
Wait time.
Wait time. That. Nobody on board. Going once. Going twice. Mine, new player, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. I will just wait until after the vote.
Okay. That, nobody else on the board, no one reserve time. Let's go to the board on amendment number 4. Yes, I heard somebody say. Hello?
Let's vote.
Hey, with that, let's go to vote on amendment 4. Ms. Bella.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
They'll get Calvin votes red.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton
Hello?
did not vote. Honorable Amber
Charles
Knespot
Newman
Crotty.
votes green. Hello?
Honorable Amber Knespot Crotty. Honorable Amber Knespot Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henry.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable
Question of
Charles
privilege.
Newman.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair Carney.
Thank you, Speaker. I was trying to get, I wanted to ask the controller regarding the Parks and Recs proposal. I reviewed the resource and development agenda, and so I just need clarification if this is the proposal that's been deemed CARES ineligible. That's my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, let me see if, Madam Controller, are you on the line?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, this is Controller.
Go ahead.
Speaker, members of Council, Otto Shadeja, I believe asked a question about CARES Act. So I know this was on the agenda at RDC, the EYA Bahashne, so Itan EYA CARES Act, EYA Ajitridon Isa Abiratashno. And then the Cato EYA proposal, like EYA Elehit Al Peso, if it is utilizing CARES Act, EYA Hit Al Tridon Inso, in
Speaker,
terms of
point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Kiambiga.
Speaker, we're in the midst of voting, and why are we providing additional information while we're voting? I thought that was the purpose of the discussion. Thank you.
There's a rule that because Madam Chair Amber Carty has asked a question of privilege, she has a right to get that answer before she votes. Every delegate does, per rule. I'll say that's the reason why. So, Madam Chair, Controller, is this the one that was deemed ineligible?
if it's the original proposal, and the proposal is based on a quarterly payment, and it had to do with the vending activity, and that particular distribution is not CARES compliant. And I don't know if Parks and Recs had any plans to make it, because if you're giving assistance, you have to have a means test. For example, you have to have some sort of income or what they call a means test. It wasn't in that particular proposal. It was based on a vending activity.
Point of order.
Okay, point of order, Chairman Hino. There's your answer, Madam Controller, Madam Chair. Crotty.
Yes, sir. I think the question was if this proposal for judicial branch qualifies for CARES Act funding. No commentary, straight yes or no, and we can move forward.
Okay. So I think, Madam Chair, you got your answer, right?
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleague. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I just need to know if this proposal is dated May 28th, 2020. Are we talking about that proposal that's been vetted?
Madam Controller.
Okay. I believe that's the one that I look at. I have to pull it up to make sure, but it is the one that was has been submitted to my office. And so I don't, based on that, it's not CARES compliant, obviously, because it's dated May. So I have no information to say that they're going to make any changes to initiate a means test, and that's the critical component, and it's not in that proposal.
Okay. That was
Question
voting.
of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, question of privilege.
Speaker, I'm confused. I thought I heard Honorable Crotty's question pertaining to the proposal regarding the artisans and the tour guides.
That's what we're referring to, Madam Chair.
Okay, because Honorable Hanyo asked a question about the judicial branch.
No, we're
And
not
so that's
talking
where I
about.
got a little bit confused. So when
No,
you're
we're
saying
just-
the one that's not eligible for the CARES funding is the Navajo Parks and Recreation one.
Yes, that's the one that Madam Controller is referring to right now. That,
Okay.
Matt, got your vote, got the question, so continue voting. Can't hear you.
Question of privilege,
Honorable-
Speaker.
Honorable Eugenia
This is
Charles.
Jimmy Ella here.
Question of privilege, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, we were still looking to control. She didn't complete her specification pertaining to that the parks and recreation. She should complete it. Let her complete her specification. Speaker, yeah.
Madam Controller, do you have anything else to say?
I thought I got everything in, although ideya session.
Hey, that, back to the vote. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Will Amber Canespa Friday?
This is Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty. If it's not eligible, I have to vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor and 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, to my colleagues, from what the controller has stated, and is fiduciary responsibility of us to make sure that we send the legislation across the street within order. So I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. So with that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker?
Recess.
Okay, with that, 12 in favor, 11 opposed. Motion carries. On amendment number 4.
Thank you, colleagues.
That, moving on down. Honorable Stewart.
Speaker Zeno, motion to recess.
Motion to recess. Before we go into motion to recess, motion to recess, let me get a rundown from Ms. Barbara on how many amendments that you currently have right now.
Thank you, Speaker. I have, I believe, let me just go through the stack I have, and
Go ahead.
some of them may have been skipped or decided not to go. I have Division of Health for 100 million. I have Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. It's a new one for 9 million. I have Economic Development for 60 million. I have the Emergency Command Center for 27,950,000. I also have one for Copper Mine, but maybe they got pulled. And it would be for 3.6 million. I also have one for Sacred Winds for 4.9 million. That seems to be it, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Colleagues, with that said, we are averaging, we did 3 amendments today. No, 2 amendments. Two amendments today, colleagues. And it seems like there's 4 more to go, 5 more to go. I just want to let everybody know that. If we go into recess now, we will come back here at 10 a.m. That, Honorable Henio, recognize that motion to recess.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker.
Hold on, Vice Chair Smith, hold on. Motion to recess by Honorable Henio. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Yellow hair. That, Honorable Smith, go ahead.
Speaker, before we recess, I just wanted to make a point that NTUA had made a review of what I was requesting for, and I sent that to you on regards to the Klagetoh Salt Springs Phase 3. You know, they said that they would be able to put that in, and they would be able to get that done this year, December 30th of 2020. So I just need direction on how to go about this, and they did make that determination after we had discussed that, and Rex Kuntz is the one that was texting me, and also Arsh on behalf of that, and they met with the staff, and they said, yes, we kind of overseen this one, but it does qualify. And I do have a quotation. I had my LDA send it to you on behalf of what it'll cost to do the Phase 3 power line, Shinanta. So it's ready to go, and I'm just hoping that tomorrow when we do reconvene that this power line can be put in there. I know it's needed out there. Folks are really dire straits. Yeah, no, Speaker, thank you.
Hey. Did you send it to Ms. Barbara too as well?
I can have that sent to her, and we're going to also put that in the listing It should be ready by noon tomorrow, according to Rex. With all the rest of those, we're in line with the power NTUA cost on that.
What's the next one? Who's doing the next one? Almost Stewart doing? One, two. Okay, we have 6 amendments, colleagues. That's one technical amendment. Any other comments, questions? Not going once, going twice, going 3 times. Go to board. Motion to recess.
Honorable Elmer Brigade. Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Brigade votes green. Honorable Calvin Brigade Jr. Honorable Calvin Brigade Jr.
Green.
Calvin Brigade Jr. Honorable Calvin Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Green.
Honorable
Green.
Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcarty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcarty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcarty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green. Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green.
9.
Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote with that, Mr. Speaker. You have 20 votes. 20 in favor and 0 opposed.
Hey, thank you. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaking out voting, motion carries. To answer your question earlier, Madam Chair Charles Newton, before I let everybody go, according to the public health emergency order that was issued, or known as 2020-004, which has been extended, this original issue date was on March 29th, 2020. In there on Section B, under the therefore now clause, states that all indoor and outdoor public activities are limited to no more than 5 people, except for outdoor funeral services that cannot be postponed, which shall be limited to no more than 10 people. So with that, Madam Chair Charles Litton, Navajo Nation Council cannot convene collectively in person in a session. That, colleagues, have a good evening.
Speaker, I would question, is the work of council considered to be social gathering?
This conference
I
has
would
reached
like
its
a
maximum
legal
duration and will end
definition
in 1 minute.
of social gathering, because the executive order pertains to social gathering.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll ask Department of Justice. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you, staff. Be safe. 8 o'clock, Jamie Hinu is up. Chairman Hinu has a BNF meeting. James Adakai will be chairing the Census Commission meeting. And me and Jimmy Yellow here will be at Quality Inn having coffee.
Good night, Sitsula.
Good night, everyone.
Good job, everyone. Good night.